Please give a warm welcome to Oliver Doberkau, the president of TYPO3 Association, and he will give a great talk about building bridges.
Yes, let's have some seconds and have a thought of all those that are missing in action. But as I was saying, I guess they will be hearing me in their dream. So let me first of all introduce myself. I'm Olivier Doberkau. I am a long-term member in this TYPO3 community. I've been around, I guess, since 2003 in the community and using TYPO3 since like 2001. I wear in my life different hats. So actually, I'm wearing the hat of the president of the TYPO3 Association. Oh, this is the Wi-Fi. Let me second. So yes. Let's do this. Doesn't connect me. All right. So actually, I'm wearing this TYPO3 Association president hat since like end of February, mid of February. I was elected by the members of the expert advisor board. I will tell you all about the details later how the TYPO3 Association is set up. When I do not wear this hat, I wear the hat of a research and development leader at DKD. Some of you have seen some of the presentations yesterday we've made. We're about a company of 60 people with a very strong focus on TYPO3 CMS at the moment, with some web application experience with using Ruby on Rails. So basically, and also lots of Apache Solar stuff that we're doing. So basically, I'm wandering between the different open source ecosystems and universes. In my private time, when I'm not working and not being the president of the TYPO3 Association, and thus in the 30 minutes are left in my life, I like to travel. I like to get to know people, to speak to them, to find out what's on their mind, and so on. I like to also go to soccer matches. I have a permanent card for my soccer team, which is Eintracht Frankfurt, which is a great team. Unfortunately, there are other better teams sometimes. So, yeah, well, but this is, if you're a fanatic of something, you're fanatic 100%. That means you're fanatic for the good and for the bad times. So a little bit remembers me a little bit also with TYPO3. So it's a yeah. So this talk actually comes out of one idea that we tried to develop in this year when the people in the TYPO3 Association, we always have one question in our mind: what are we? What are we doing for the people? And what are we doing for all the people that we see in this really large TYPO3 community? So I would like to explain you a little bit on the ideas that we have tried to elaborate. Those ideas are not finished or like, yes, this is a perfect marketing presentation and every one of us is marching with this presentation through the fields of TYPO3 and speaking about it. So basically, this is just it's a concept of an idea that we have, and maybe trying to describe what we want to be. So this talk is about building bridges between ideas, people, and passion. And I will explain you a little bit in an agenda. So you will see, I will talk about being a bridge builder. Later on, I will explain you the TYPO3 islands, or the islands of TYPO3. Then also give you a little insight into the TYPO3 community, but I guess you got somebody way more informed and way more able to give you information about the TYPO3 community here, Ben van Ende, as our community manager. And I will explain a little bit of the TYPO3 assistant role, and I will then kind of approach what the TYPO3 assistant community is about. So this presentation was created by guys now. That we've been employing her since mid of this year. So this was one of the very first things that we somehow wanted to have, was somebody that is actually available for all of you on a very steady base. But let me explain this later. Okay, yeah, we a bridge builder. When we saw and we were talking about what do we want to be, for me it was clearly that we want to. There's gaps in our life. You know, I am here, you are there, or this topic is here, this person is there. So there's always a distance in things that we do. There's always not enough time or not enough space to discuss things. So we thought it would be good to have some kind of a tool or some kind of a way, some kind of understanding on how we can open up a conversation, how we can open up a way on how we can bring this one person to the other person. So when you start to seek for images, you start to seek for things that people can relate in their life. And there comes this idea, we looked around, and if you go somewhere, you go to a new city, or you often find there's cities that have, there's a river across the city, and you have the northern, at least in Frankfurt it's like that. You have a northern part of Frankfurt and the southern part of Frankfurt. And to go from one part to the other, you need to cross a bridge. So, and then we started to elaborate the idea of a bridge, and then we went back, especially with like the story of Frankfurt, is about that Frankfurt is called after the shallow place in the river, that where you can walk over the river without where there's enough water, not enough water, you can actually walk over the shallow place. So basically, that's the name. So there was a lot of that things that somehow that inspired me to come with this bridge builder idea. And so I was thinking, okay, all right, since when do bridges exist? So basically, at the end, it's like it's everything. A bridge can be everything. It can be all kind of things. You don't have large bridges like our nowadays bridges that you look, San Francisco Golden Gate Bridge, or the bridge over between Copenhagen and Malmö, this large bridge. These are huge bridges that take a lot of effort to build. But I was like thinking, are they also, what was the very first bridge, or what was the very first small bridge that existed? I guess nobody really knows. Right? So nobody knows, because it might have been a tree that fell over a river just out of chance or by luck. So some people and then suddenly said, oh, let's walk over this piece of wood and go, and we don't need to go and walk another long day just to cross that river. So somehow this. I thought that this bridge builder idea is kind of a good idea to explain you what an organization wants to be. Okay, this is something funny. I have a PowerPoint presentation. I thought that I have a picture of Caspar, who was actually the very first bridge builder in our community. He was the guy who initially built the very first bridge, who was TYPO3CMS. The product is acting as the very first bridge that you have to access our TYPO3 community. So you just go to a website, you download it. So basically, you don't know that this is actually a bridge into our community. So I don't know where is that picture go. This is okay. All right. Okay. So yeah. So we have when we talk of bridges, we often think of islands, right? So I was like saying, there's things that are separated by water. You might need to have a boat, or you might need to swim to go from one to the other island. So actually, the TYPO3 islands that I can actually name or can tell about is actually these are the products, as I said, the very first thing. Then there's the community, and the last island, and I guess this is some kind of a haunted island or some kind of a, yeah, maybe it's an island where the prisoners are sitting on, like Alcatraz. It's a TYPO3 association. We know there somewhere. Maybe it's not an island, it's maybe something on a very steep hill, or even a tower, an ivory tower, where like somebody's like, yeah, it's there, they're deciding stuff. You don't know what's on their mind, and every time we have to interact with them, they're just like a bunch of crazy people wanting things, and we're all. So basically, this is a little bit. I'm trying to explain that we're not on this kind of a hill, we're more like really also down on the ground and so on. Okay, so this is the guy who built the first bridge, Kaskasgahe. I'm lucky enough to have him as a person that I know. I would not say that we're best friends. This is quite, I guess, difficult for such an outstanding person like Kaspar to have maintained friendship with all people. But I can tell you that he's a very friendly person. He had a very clear vision on what he wanted to achieve with TYPO3 as a product when he gave this from his ground, from his belonging to the TYPO3 community. We might have also learned and heard about that Kaspar is also somebody that has strong religious beliefs, and that most of his motivation comes from that religious belief that he has. Nevertheless, the TYPO3 community might be religious, but we're not. We do not adhere to one confession. We strongly believe that everyone has the right to believe in what they want, and everybody is free to join us and free to speak about their beliefs as long as we somehow accept the others' beliefs and we get along in peace and freedom. So basically, Kaspar, I don't know, around 2000, he open sourced TYPO3 CMS. There's a long story before that. There's a story also why TYPO3 is called TYPO3. You certainly have heard of it. That he somehow has deleted the whole work he was doing. So I actually did this 3 times. So that's why TYPO3 is called TYPO3. Okay. So the TYPO3 community, basically every one of you are part of this community, if you like it or not, right? So everyone is like, the moment you use TYPO3, you're part of the community. This is what I like to really express very loud. We often think, oh, the community is just the guys that can push the knobs, so the commit buttons on the website, or the guys that are deciding or in the projects and so on. So, no, all of you are part of the community. In the moment you come to TYPO3.org or to an event like this or to a conference, you're part of that community. The community itself cannot be nothing without you, the people. Once again, welcome and thank you for being here as community members. I hope that we will give you enough of motivation and inspiration that you stay here and you find others where you can exchange your ideas, your thoughts, your questions. So I would really say that this is what the community is about, is to find the answers to the questions that you might have for yourself. Sounds very philosophical right now, but I guess it's something that I can tell you that no matter on which level you approach the TYPO3 community, you will find the counterpart that you seek. So this is really what I think. This is for the student that wants to learn about TYPO3. This is for the company owner that wants to learn how can I improve my company, how can I improve the way I sell TYPO3. The same thing is for the researcher or for the user that is actually using TYPO3. He wants to know, okay, what do I need to do to understand this better, to integrate it with developer and so on. So, just to make really sure everyone comes to this community with different expectations, right? Or different. So don't think that the community you will easily find this person, but they are there, those persons. And I guess, and I hope that there's enough people around that can show you the way to find the right persons. This works only if you and I and everybody of us discuss what you're expecting and so on. So you can obviously meet the TYPO3 community at such events like this, and these events are always full of fun and great moments where, let's say, we do not speak about code, we do not speak about products. So yesterday night, we all had a great time together and listened to music, enjoyed some drinks, exchanged ideas. I found out that one guy who I was talking to, this guy here, lived in Bremen, and suddenly everybody comes up and they speak wonderful German, and we had a very nice discussion around one or two drinks, and we tried to understand what's the difference between Poznan and Bremen and Germany, and how do you see the German market and the Polish market. So basically this was a great discussion. I was not expecting that. So no, you know that you cannot come and say, what's your opinion about this and this? So basically, so this has to come naturally, right? So because I guess this would not feel very good. So, okay. Well, the TYPO3 community is also about collaboration. I would even say, if I look back in my company history, it's a little bit, this is this new world that people are saying, that they're calling it co-opetition. So basically, it's a hybrid world between cooperation and competition. I can tell you that I learned a lot from working with my competitors. So you say, working with the competitors, what the hell is this guy telling me about? Yesterday with Arthur, right? We were like saying, you know what? I have a feeling that we're lacking a little bit of the trust in each other. So I'm just trying to make it very small. Don't feel offended, right? I think it's totally clear. I was discussing, I'm here, you're there, there's a gap between you. Somebody of us has to do the first step to walk over this gap. So if there's no bridge, every one of us needs to really do a hard effort. So basically there's no way to meet in the middle. So everybody needs to, oh, I need to have trust, first of all, in my own way of doing things, my possibilities. Am I able to jump over that gap? The other guy who's there on the other side, oh, I'm not able to. And is this guy really worth it? I might fall and then I get hurt and so on and so forth. Basically, at the end, so the whole discussion was about how can we create the trust that nobody feels that he gets abused, that he gets offended by the other person. So I guess this is, I don't know if we can derive that from the actual social history that every country has, but we were kind of discussing that somehow in Germany people are trusting more the other person than when there's something. Meet 5 Germans, they form an association. Yeah. Meet 5 Italians, they form the mafia. Yeah. Or meet 5 Americans, they just start a war or something like that. Just I don't want to. You know, I just want to try to make you think about. If you think about certain nationalities, you certainly have these cliches, the stereotypes of thinking. So basically, the whole thing of trust is something that you need to establish, and I guess that's a little bit of the association, TYPO3 associations workload that we need to take care of, that we can create a platform of trust where people can meet and people can start to learn to work with each other. 2 years ago, this guy here, Thomas, he said, oh, this TYPO3 association, they have money. I have this great idea, but I'm not sure that I will make it on my own, because here in Poland, TYPO3 is not that known. There's nobody really actually. I heard also there was a TYPO3 user group, but they never met because somehow they never made it to agree on where to meet and when to meet. So everybody, nobody was really like, yeah, who's taking care of this? And everyone was looking for somebody responsible. And so Thomas came up and said, I'd like to have a small amount of money to make this thing happen. Just that I am able to give you coffee and to have some food and maybe give some donation to the school and so on and so forth. And TYPO3 Association were like, great, that's a good idea. There's somebody that steps up and wants to form an initiative, wants to form a group of people. So this year, he didn't show up with a wish for money. So he was kind of successful enough to create the wish, or I guess he created also a promise towards you to create this another time an event. So great. So please understand that the TYPO3 Association is this kind of an enabler. So we really would like to enable you to do stuff on your own. You know, if you're unsure, if you're, oh yeah, this gap I need to step. So we come and say, okay, we cannot build this large bridge. Don't expect us to do so. We don't have the money to build a multi-billion-dollar bridge between you and the others. We can help you to, yeah, there's an axe, there's the tree. We can help you, we can show you how to maybe to saw the tree, and so next year you say, oh, I found somebody that likes to put a second or third part of the tree here, and basically that's a little bit of the idea that it's in my mind when we're talking about building bridges. Okay, so some hard facts about the TYPO3 Association. It was founded in 2004 by, let's say, a circle of people that cared for TYPO3 at that time. They said, today, don't get me wrong, right? So basically, they said, yeah, we have Caspar, and he should be able to work 100% for TYPO3. You know, this was 2004. You know, it was like the time where TYPO3 really, you know, was like, it's the airplane that is kind of going up, but you know, we need some more trust to put this airplane into the air. So this was the idea of the TYPO3 Association at that time, to enable Caspar to work full-time for TYPO3. So there was an idea. There were first companies, like my company, they were saying, yeah, it would be great to have Caspar being dedicated and being working only for TYPO3 and not for customer X, customer Y, customer Z, and so on. So basically, this was the very first time when the TYPO3 Association was created. Funnily, Caspar said, it's great that you want me to work for the TYPO3 Association, but I think that what I have created is way bigger than me. I think we have a community, we have people, we have all those people out there that can do this maybe 1,000 times better than me. You're all projecting your wishes onto myself. This is something that I cannot fulfill. You have to fulfill the wishes yourself. And really that's something that I guess that I learned from Caspar. And Caspar was holding a presentation this year in Berlin, and 10 years of TYPO3 Association, 10 years of TYPO3 Conference, and he actually confirmed what I was thinking, that he said, I was feeling that I needed to make room for all of you. So basically, this was kind of a great thing. And I wish that you all understand that every time somebody leads you, every sometimes somebody inspires you, he's actually saying, hey, take my place. Yeah? This is what I think is something that I have learned in the TYPO3 community, is that you enable somebody by doing the very first step, by creating this very first little bridge. And then you have to have the trust into the people that they take this and they make it then their own, and they make it bigger, and then they understand, okay, there's somebody else that needs to take the place. This is a little bit what I can tell you. Okay, the association itself is a non-profit organization, not in the literal way, not association. We always had more money, and so tax authorities, and not for-profit organization. So we're not aimed to create profit, and we create profit not for the president and his board and this super nice car and helicopter that he has. No, we create this for the people here in the community, and create so that everybody can thrive and can excel in what they want to do. So what we do at the moment mostly is we support the product development by paying travel costs, hotel rooms for the TYPO3 core teams, so that they can meet, they can sprint, they can work together, they can align on what they want to achieve, and so on and so forth. We also take care of organizing events around the world. The world is kind of small at the moment, so it was like in the last 10 years, was lots of Germany, Switzerland, a little bit of the Netherlands that we organize events. So basically we have 2 events, main events at the TYPO3 Developer Days. It's an event for like around 200 to 300 people, 400 people that are developing TYPO3. So they meet once in a year. Next year we're going to meet in Nuremberg in July, I guess. Put this on your calendar. And there's a second event we call the TYPO3 Conference, which is more like a 3-day event where you can go if you're interested in the business aspects or in the educational aspects of TYPO3 or the user aspects and so on. So it's not about developing, but it's about improving TYPO3 in a certain way. So for that, you need somehow, if you so basically think of the TYPO3 Association as, yeah, just somebody that signs a contract for this event. I tell you, the TYPO3 conference this year was organized by a guy who is called Volker. I know him very well since a long time. And actually, if you would be thinking of an organization, you would be thinking like, there's a meeting about this, there's a meeting about that, there's a concept, there's an idea, there's this and this. Yeah, we thought, okay, here's this one idea, I want to do it this way, and then we said, all right, that's fine, do it. So basically, it's not that you would be expecting a large organization taking care of all the aspects of TYPO3 events and so on and so forth. If you guys that are organizing an event would like to exchange with others organizing events, please contact Volker. Please contact the TYPO3 events team. This is actually the place where you can go and you can say, hey, I did this bar camp and I had this thing. I can tell you that basically this is actually also like a community within our community that take care of the event aspects of our community. So take this is my invitation. Don't feel alone, because I know exactly how it is to do an event. I've never done one myself, but I know exactly because I talk a lot to people, and it's always the same. But do I find a room? What kind of contracts do I need to sign? How do I get new speakers? Do I have a website? And so on and so forth. It's always the same, and everybody's starting at zero. And I tell the people, hey, go to this person who has the experience, and so on and so forth. So basically, once again, another bridge that I'm building, that we're building for you is there's an event team, there's somebody who can show up. And just stay in contact. You don't need to meet every 14 days and write a report. And you just take care of your event, and then take care that you only write down some ideas, some experiences that you make so that others can profit from it. Don't think that TYPO3 is only about writing PHP. It's you guys with the events and with the marketing, with everything that make the work of others shine, right? Don't just see it this way. Yeah? Don't think only ours. We're a product community and it's only product. It's events. It's that. Okay. So our role at the TYPO3 Association, we have to do this internal communication. So I often come to somebody, I'm quite unhappy because of this, because of that. So this is an internal, this is not something that I go and take a loudspeaker and say, I'm very unhappy with the event because they never write me a report and so on. No, the thing is I go up to this person and say, I have this expectation, I have this feeling, am I right, am I wrong? I'm not trying to criticize your person, I'm trying to just express my feeling that I have. Do you think that I'm having the wrong ideas and so on? Just think of that. This whole internal communication, also in nowadays, internet time and Facebook and Twitter time, this internal communication often happens maybe not on the right channel. So this is something also that we take care a lot, is to give you possibilities to learn on how to communicate with your friends, with your people in the TYPO3 community. So there's an excellent communications seminar that we did at the TYPO3 Developer Days, and we will certainly redo this seminar as a mandatory thing for every one of us. So actually, we all communicate. And if you not communicate, you communicate also. This is one speech, I guess it was a Polish colors that said that you cannot not communicate. So basically, this is what I think. What we need to take care is that everybody is able to communicate and to talk to the other person and express. Also knowing about the footprint and the bandwidth of the communication itself. And we also take care of the external community. Maybe we don't see that because this was like kind of really cooked on a very low flame. Yeah? If we talk of communication, my personal feeling is that everything needs to be approached in a holistic way. But that's my personal feeling. I know that there's marketing experts, there's press experts, and people are saying, we need to take care that we address the press differently than the customers, and so on and so forth. But still, the message needs to be kind of concentrated and kind of be congruent. So we'll take care of that. We have a marketing team that has acted quite actively this year. You might have seen that we visited the TYPO3 agencies in Germany, in the Netherlands. We visited some in Scandinavia and France. hopefully next year we'll visit some of you guys here. And we went out and we asked the people, okay, what is on your mind? What do you want us to do for TYPO3 CMS, for NEOS? What do you want us to be as a TYPO3 association for you? And basically lots of great ideas came up, and we already took some of those ideas and we put them to the right person so that people can start to work on those things. We're going to give a report on that, hopefully beginning of next year. We're still compiling all the insights. So last but if you look, we also take care of the trademark. Somebody needs to register the trademarks, TYPO3, NEOS, Flow. These are the trademarks that we have. Trademark right is kind of something that it's not the very first thing you think about. So it's quite interesting to see, to have the experience, and the experience that we are currently making is that you have Facebook suddenly saying, oh, we have Facebook Flow. So what should we do there, right? So it's actually one of the actual discussions that we have. We are holding the trademark for Flow, and should we go to Facebook and tell them, hey, you're misusing our trademark? So we're really like, Facebook is like this, and we're really like the very small. So we'll see what we do. Maybe we just give them a call and tell them, oh, donate and be a good corporate sponsor of TYPO3, and you can use our trademark. At least what we've done this year, we revised the trademark regulations. So you, as a member of the TYPO3 community, can use the trademarks freely. So there's if you stick to the rules. So basically, we assume good intentions if you use the trademark, but we will be very, very not funny anymore if people start to misuse the trademarks. So this, it took a long time. I guess there was a long discussions that we had, and before that, the old thing was you need to be association member to use the trademarks. This is no longer the case. You can use the trademarks without being TYPO3 association member. At least if there's a usage, you can go to typo3.org/trademark. You will find all new information there. Last but not least, we manage the financial aspects of the project. I guess Tim can tell us something about financial. If you create an event like this, people would like to see you sign a contract, maybe pay money in advance, and so on and so forth. A community that consists of people coming in, coming out, cannot do this. No individual will go and say, I take the responsibility for an event like a TYPO3 conference that is 130,000, 150,000 euros down payment for hotel, for flights, for bookings, and so on and so forth. Nobody takes that risk on his company account or his private account. This is why the TYPO3 association is there. So some facts of the TYPO3 association. We are about 745 members. The members have different categories. We have a bronze membership, which is like for freelancers, for people that like to support the project. So there's 100 euros per year, around about €8.75 a month, some 25 cents a day that you're spending, which you spend on TYPO3. If you use TYPO3, I guess this is a fair deal to do just one of those memberships. Marketing. If you want to be a member, you will certainly see that there's an admission fee that you have to pay. That's the deal now. If you want to be a member, write me an email, say, I met you at TYPO3Camp in Poland, in Poznan, and you gave me that very good deal to be a member of the TYPO3 association without the admission fee. This is for all membership ranges. Like we have bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. And you will see that instead of for silver and gold, this is actually a lot of money that you can save. So this is the offer that this is my marketing intersection. If you want to join the TYPO3 Association because you think, hey, those guys are really doing great stuff, we will help you, and we will waive that thing. If you say, I'm not sure if I really want to participate, I don't want to vote, I don't want to just do all of it, you don't need. There's no obligation, but also if you say, I would like to give a one-time donation or be a one-time sponsor or something like that, feel free to contact me or the Executive Secretary Nike on that matter. Just or even go in first of all and talk to Ben. Maybe that says, oh, I have this great idea that maybe the people want to do a sprint and they're seeking for food sponsor or for drink sponsor. So it's not everything that all the monetary things does not need to go to the TYPO3 Association, but we offer that for you. So that's it's a way how you can interact. So okay, we have this is structure, right? So basically there's some official structures that we have. And basically, the General Assembly is like all the members and all the voted persons. They meet once in a year to do very dry stuff. It's but how much money did we spend last year? Did we really spend it like we wanted to spend? No, we didn't. No, we have still money left. Okay, all right. So let's do something next year and so on. So basically, the General Assembly is kind of something that maybe once in a while constitutes once a year to close the year and to predict the new year. So something very boring, we want to change that. Next year, we're going to start with going to try something. It's called the TYPO3 Dialogue. So it's not going to be a developer day, not a conference, it's going to be a dialogue where all of you can come, if you're a member or not, and you can say, I would like to work on events. I would like to have some kind of an event sprint. And in the middle of that, we'll be offering you some courses, like communication courses, speaking to the press, this kind of stuff. And also there's going to be this 1 hour General Assembly. So you can have it there. So please observe typo3.org for the actual date. We have some arranged in March that we're expecting. We'll try to make it to a place where everybody can conveniently join. Okay, then there's other committees and other official bodies. There's a TYPO3 board, which I am the president of. We are 6 people. Every once in a while, people join and leave the board, so there's elections. The board gets elected by the expert advisory board. These are also 6 people. And those 6 people get elected by the members. So we have some kind of a representative, direct representative democracy and an indirect representative democracy for the board members. So everybody can apply. Even if you're not a member, you can apply for such a position. In the moment you get elected, you need to be a member of the TYPO3 Association. So this is really something to show you that there's no such thing as you have to do this, you have to do that. Myself, I went through all these committees. I was part of the business control committee. This is kind of like a financial auditory thing that was introduced some years ago to have a financial transparency. And then I went to the expert advisory board, where I was working 2 years to distribute and to change the way how we do things. And then after that, then when our old president, Jürgen Eggeling, said, okay, I would like to finish my tenure, I said, okay, they were looking at me, and I said, okay, I do it. Good. I hope I'm a good president until now. That's a lot of work. Okay, but basically, you heard everything now about the TYPO3 Association. I will tell you a little bit about some stuff that I see what TYPO3 actually is about. So TYPO3 is everything. I mean, it's the product, it's the community, it's the feeling that we have. And this feeling is constructed, first of all, by the commitment. So I have some typical, pictures that are depicting what we understand, commitment. Here you see folks from the TYPO3 Cluj event. There's this one guy in the middle who's explaining stuff to, one person explaining stuff to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 other persons. This is commitment. This is really, showing others what matters for you. So really executing on your idea. This is big commitment. It's not just committing code, but it's also following and making sure that people understand you and understand what you want to do. Second thing is motivation. TYPO3 is a lot about motivation. And it's about, we have here Stefan Ritter, member of the core team. He says, I'm making TYPO3 better by coordinating contribution into the TYPO3 CMS team. So his motivation is being part of the team, but also being part of somebody that helps others to find their way into a work mode, into that. TYPO3 is collaboration. And he's always saying there's no girls, no women, female.
Yeah. So this is a good example of girls behind the counter. That's a good example.
Yeah, but this is exactly what I meant some minutes ago, is that it's not just the coders that are part of the community. It's those people that make the difference at the end. It's those people that come early in the morning and they take care of that there's breakfast or there's goodie bags that you can go and you developer guys feel great about. You say, hey, super, I created code and everybody's serving me. Yeah, this is also that. I mean, it's this collaboration thing where you see that people are enabling others to do stuff. So this is basically, for me, this is every time I go somewhere and I tell you, I work. If you have a company, you will be amazed how people can collaborate without people dictating them to do so. Yeah, you have large organizations. There's you need to have handbooks. You have to do this and that. And there's thousands of rules that everybody has to comply with. In the TYPO3 community, things happen magically because people like to do what they like to do. They do it and they just take care that it's their personal commitment, their personal mission to do. So think of that. It's a great chance for you guys to learn also on how you can also change your own organization, your own company into be an organization where people actually do what they like to do. This is where what I learned from the TYPO3 community. Next thing is, well, collaboration. Well, yeah, that's not, this thing is, I think it's it should be saying fun. So you see here two guys, actually, I will not name them. So they have a towel in their hand and they're doing a towel fight. Yeah, so basically what they're doing is they're having fun together. It's like, I guess this picture was taken in a TYPO3Camp in Munich. Yes, or somewhere else.
No, this is the developer days in Hamburg.
Yeah.
But
you see, I mean, look at the expression in their faces. Yeah. Would you trust that this guy on the right-hand side, he was the guy who did the whole work for TYPO3 6.0 to become namespace oriented? You would never think that. Would say, look at them, this is an aggressive kind of guy, he's like beating somebody else. No, this is really actually, that's the way how people interact with each other. They have fun actually, and this is not about aggression, right? We will be seeing lots of those pictures. We took some of them yesterday night. Sarah did. I guess you will find them on Flickr quite soon. You're already there. So basically, this is actually something that, for me, and I hope you agree with me. TYPO3 is about friendship. It's light. Sometimes you have light friendships with people that you meet one day and you see, we are sharing the same, work that we're doing. We're trying to sell TYPO3 to people. We're trying to convince people. We have deep friendships with people that we have seen long time, that we see every time. So once again, Ben is the example. I know that Ben snores, or at least when I got to know him, he snored. Because we slept in the same room 2003. You remember? You had this awful.
No, I don't remember.
Yeah, but I remember. And the funny thing, he was there with his company colleague, and you brought Dutch cheese. And the room was smelling of cheese. Or it might have been also my socks. But at the end, the thing is like, we know each other, I don't know how many years, and we've gone through ups and downs in TYPO3, in our personal lives. And there's always, the thing is that there's always a way where you can talk to somebody and you can, well, Ben is a little bit older than me, so I see him also as somebody that can mentor me. And yeah, and you have a completely different approach to life than I have. But still, we find enough time, we find enough ways to communicate and to cultivate friendship. So, and this is actually what I can tell you. Now we can come back to the bridge or to the gap. Trust. Good things are happening. If you have a very small, if somebody just takes care of closing this gap. This is what I want the TYPO3 Association to do for you, but I need also you to walk over the bridge and to trust that the bridge will hold. Walk over to the other side or to the other person, and yeah, inspire people to share. Thank you. If you have any questions regarding the TYPO3 community, first contact point is Ben. If you have questions with the TYPO3 association, it's more like this kind of contact. Thank you. Any questions?
I have a question.
Please.
You actually do what's the position of the Kaspar?
Okay, what's the position of Kaspar? Actually, he's our honorary president. He's still the honorary president, basically, actually it's just a title. But if you go to www.skahö.com, you will find out that Kaspar has made the way from software to hardware, right? So he's now, and he started to study, very late, and he did a civil engineering study in the University of Copenhagen, and finished that. And in there, he took care of electronic learning or e-learning, actually he's still there doing stuff at the university, but he has created a small company that is. And if you know Kaspar, you know exactly that this really fits him, because he was the guy who did all the video podcasts. And he was the guy who took care that there was like video recording for the conferences and so on and so forth. And he created a company and he hacked his way through a certain protocol, like TV cameras and cutting boards have speak a different protocol, and he kind of created hardware where you can put this all together. And it's 100% open source, and really go to skahö.com. You will find the typical Kaspar Skahö videos explaining stuff. It's really great. So So what he association of this. He still uses CMS. His website seems also to be a lot of e-learning stuff, so he still knows. But he was like saying to me, I have a feeling that I need to learn NEOS, I need to do that, and I don't know when. So, I think if you look at other products, they still have their dictator. You know, if you look at Drupal, or if you look at Joomla Mambo, the other things, you have always this one figure that is kind of working as a projecting thing. And I guess in the TYPO3 world, we think that this is minor for us, that we don't have someone like that. And as I said, don't feel misguided by that. I guess that every one of you can be that one person that makes a difference. And it's not just, oh, you need this leader. And I tell you, you Polish guys, you certainly are allergic to benevolent dictatorship. Sorry, this is, for me, it's completely bullshit, because nobody likes dictatorships. So nobody can be that good, can be that morally high, or that they can be dictating and being a benevolent dictatorship. Nobody can do that. This is my feeling. I think this is a concept that is actually not working for free people, for people that want to excel on their life. There's nobody that's higher than yourself. So that can be higher than yourself. And everyone will all together. So I don't like this dictatorship story in the open source world. Okay. So he was more like a king. Kings are sometimes only there for the show and for the applause. Yes. Good. Okay, how's the time going? I guess every one of you is deserving a cup of coffee, or so.
Yeah, I think we can make some break. For 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Let's meet together again at 11:30.
10 minutes.
Yeah.
And 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's 11:30.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes. The funny thing is that I didn't choose this Nike show.
I told me at night, because that was the one picture.
Yeah.
When I saw it, I was like, oh no, my God. You have 4 girls.
Yeah, I mean, there's no bad intention behind it. The thing is that what I wanted to say basically.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
It's just about the picture. So I thought, for me, maybe nobody knows this. When I saw the picture, I thought,
Yeah.
so that's what I really liked when at the user experience week. We had this picture of all these girls, standing in front of the screen and doing this work. So, you get what I mean?
Yeah, certainly.
It's a stereotypical.
That's what I was trying to make the point is that at the end, there's things happening behind, behind the scenes, and people are not seeing that. For me, this is collaboration. So everybody finds their place.
Yeah.
So So
what is a very interesting thing also, what I talked about a few years ago, which is still very relevant, is the thing how we collaborate, and you know, this cooperation and collaboration.
Yeah.
This is very interesting
Yeah.
distinction to talk about, because cooperation, we always, sometimes we feel we cooperate, so work together all the time. Collaboration is also, it's always about, sometimes you work together, so that's what we do actually. Yeah, good overview. The Leichenschicht.
Leichenschicht, yeah.
That's what you call it in German, right?
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining. Bye-bye.
Dlaczego nie odbierasz telefonu? To się musiało sprzedać. Ale ja coś słyszałem już kiedyś. Nie, słyszałem od tego, że może to jest nasze...
Aura. Waiting for photos.
Aha, tego do końca tak? A czy uniwersytet to tylko komunikacją? Nie, bo nie mamy prezentacji, ja tylko tutaj, tak? Aha, tak. Okej. No właśnie. Chcecie chłopaki jeszcze barkampowej prezentacji zrobić? O symfonii. Co? O symfonii. O symfonii? No akurat jest po symfonii jest. No możecie. Czemu nie? Flow jest lepszy od symfonii. Ale później mi przyjedzie na TYPO i co? Nie, dlaczego symfonia jest gorsza od TYPO3 Flow? Możesz taką prezentację zrobić.
To jest porównanie.
Oj, to Krystian by cię tutaj.
Nie, ja tylko 2 razy trójkę wyciągałem. Kolejna osoba zainstalowałem i
Co zrobił wrażenie? No. A 7 ty powiedziałeś? Zobaczę dzisiaj 7. Słucham? 7 z depozytorem. No, będzie wersja stabilna na kiedy? W wrześniu? W grudniu? W styczniu? To jest taka pierwsza?
Wszystko będzie.
Wszystko będzie powiedziane.
Na świetnie.
Na święta, tylko nie mówią na które niestety.
Tutaj sobie się nie zasnę gardle. Będę strzelać mochy. I jesteś w internecie. No nie wiem, jak
Nie chcę się jakoś tak, żebyśmy płacić za w ten sposób, tak. Nie wiem, damy 1000 zł do prezentacji. Jak się zrobisz slajdy, jeszcze dodatkowo. Tak.
Okay, let's start. Shall we? So, yeah, right now I will have a talk about TYPO3 Yes, that's right. We just released 6.2 version a few months ago, and it was big release and LTS version, and it will stick with us for the next, I don't know, 3 years or something. And I want to talk about version 7. Wait a second. We still have, installation on 4.5, don't we? Who has installation on 4.5 still? Okay, yeah.
3.8.
Or yeah, 3.8 or even older. I mean, why?
.org is still 4.5.
Yeah, exactly. But beware that TYPO3 4.5 will be supported just 3 months more. It will end at the beginning of the next year, so it's the last call for update to season 2. But we're not stopping on season 2. We're not stopping the development, somewhere at some point. We are still going forward. We have a lot of ideas how we can improve, how we can make stuff better. And this is so important that you keep that in mind. That the season 2 is not the end of life, it's not the end of the journey, it's just the next step, and we need to take it as soon as possible to get us closer to all the cool stuff I will show you today, which version 7 brings to us. As you probably know already, I got an honor to be invited to the TYPO3 core team a few months ago. So I feel obliged to share a little bit insight about the new version and what we are preparing and planning, and I'm pretty sure that this will be quite surprising for you. Okay. Yeah, I think this we can skip as we all already know each other. Let's get to the point. So TYPO3 version 7. As you can see, I wrote here this 7 LTS. Yes, there will be the next LTS version after successful 4.5 and 6.2. Version 7 will be also the LTS version, meaning it will stick at, it will be supported for 3 years. So this is a really good news for companies, for agencies, that they can sell and support product for a longer time. And I will have covered 3 topics. First one is the TYPO3 version 7, what's inside, what we are planning. Then also really important part is the release cycle. So when we are going to deliver what, and how can you migrate from one to another. And the third part is the current status. Yeah, I kept it at the end to make you, aware and not slip it through. And this is, of course, the most exciting and interesting part. I have a working local installation of version 7 already on my machine, so we can click around and see it live. The motto of the version 7 release is embrace and innovate, meaning we embrace what we have, we know what we have, we value it, but it's not the end. We don't stop here on the all the history we have, but we innovate and move it forward, change it one piece after another, and go to make a better product. So what do you actually expect from version 7? I think the first point is the most important for all of us, especially if you have any contact with customers and editors. And it's even more important when you're trying to sell TYPO3. We will get a lot of usability improvements. The whole backend will be streamlined. It's already using Twitter Bootstrap. The whole backend is going to be more or less rewritten. It's already happening, and you will see in the demo that it doesn't look like the version before. We are also moving a lot of code and hard-coded HTML stuff to the separate templates, so it will be much easier to actually change the look and feel of the backend and improve it, modify it, brand it, whatever you want. The TYPO3 core team has also a goal to make a style guide and some best practices or guides how you can quicker and easier develop a backend module. So you won't have to dig and create all the stuff for your list module or your custom backend module. You will get ready-to-use blocks and styles and templates you can just reuse. So I expect that creating a new backend module will be much easier, cheaper, and finally fun doing that. Together with changing the backend, we're also moving away from prototype JavaScript library. I think if you work with a prototype for some time, it's a pain in the ass, and without jQuery, right now you cannot do much. So the whole backend is moving away from prototype to jQuery. Then we got new look and feel, icons, usability improvements like less clicks, especially for the daily actions or the most common actions. We also are going away from XJS where it's possible to make the whole backend faster and also to easier and simplify the whole logic behind.
Timek, a question. One thing that we have found out by speaking to the TYPO3 agencies out there was like number one, which was like they formulated this one: make the TYPO3 backend more sexy, also known as you can use it on a tablet. So basically, I would be expecting not just to, let's say, have a visual revamp, but also to have a different experience approach for the backend. Is this actually what has arrived to you, or?
Yes, right. I mean, this is one of the bigger goals, to make it more device friendly. You will already see that the current version has, for example, bigger icons, so it's much easier to work with tap and touch devices. But of course, we keep it in mind, and this is really important piece.
What I would suggest for the communication would be that you not code that, or that you're just saying usability improvement. Well, that can be everything.
Yes, that's right.
Just make sure that if you're mentioning that you really have this example, because this, think again of what Sven was telling us yesterday, the left brain, right brain. So basically, for the people that like us, we know, okay, usability, all right, this is, and so on. But for the guys out there, if you don't write it that they're going to be able to use it with their iPad or with a tablet or with a mobile phone, they will not get it because usability.
This is a really good note, and I think you will also get a lot of left brain activity later on. So don't worry. Yeah, together with that, the goal is to improve the performance of the backend. It's not only about the poor performance is not only related to PHP stuff, but also to what happens client side in the browser. So this is also work on together. You can actually feel the difference. Yes, now when you check out the new code. The next goal for the release is strong defaults, meaning that we will have less configuration and better default settings. So just recollect how many settings and you need to change to each project in TYPO3 you're running. There are like tens to make it, hide this one, show this one, disable this one, enable the other. So the goal is to make the really strong and good defaults. So if you install TYPO3 out of the box, it has the best practice already there. Of course, if you have some ideas about settings or about the changing and the defaults which should be there out of the box, then yeah, just contact me and we'll try to get it in because it's also important to get feedback from you and how do you use stuff, what you always do in your old projects or for all your customers, because then we can just put it in the product and we all will benefit from that. The next one is the optimized and faster front-end rendering. This is important in two parts. One is to be up to date with all the new techniques and how technology changes, so we can do the most cutting edge website with TYPO3 still, and also on the ease of use and performance side. This is also something quite important. For programmers, the fifth point is will be quite interesting because as you know, starting from version 6.2, if I remember correctly, we got the composer support in TYPO3. So basically, you can use any composer library you can find over the internet and use the code from there in your accession. So this opens a really great way, great path to integrate with more software, to reuse libraries. You don't have to copy it over to your extension and maintain it. You can just get it by composer. And idea right now is that in the long term, that all TYPO3 accession will finally become composer packages. So you can actually configure all your accession from the composer file and get them in the same way in all installation, all environments. This also opens a path, for example, to use Fluid from Flow into TYPO3, or reusing some libraries, I don't know, from Symfony or from Flow into the TYPO3 CMS, whatever you like. It will just work out of the box. And the sixth priority is automation. So we want to make the editors and administrators' life much easier. So all the things they do on a daily basis, and which requires a lot of money to make it easier and faster, lighter to use. Any question for that part? If not, then I will roll. What does it mean for you? I mean, depending on the target group you are, as a customer, this is pretty obvious. You will get the up-to-date, up-to-technology product, which is much easier and fun to use. Also on your devices, Oliver. It will be much faster, much lighter, especially when you use it in a device, then you will benefit from that a lot. Then as extension developer, I already covered that. Composer, better structure, strong defaults. Those are all the important parts for developers to make your extensions faster and better. Also, you can already test your extension with version 7. With this version, we go with the approach that we want to make all the major architectural changes as fast or as soon as possible. So you have a lot of time to test your extension, to check what needs to be adapted, to get to know new solutions. I think this is pretty important. Also for the extension developers. So just grab the recent version and test it with your extension, report what you find, and maybe prepare already your extension to version 7. Yeah, for integration and administrators, of course, automation, better integration. Hello. Yeah. So also we will benefit from automation, from the ease of use and the clearer representation and clearer backing. So how does it look like? I mean, this is pretty big graph, and it's not big enough for you probably to read all of that stuff. But I will go through the key points, and it's enough that you recognize the colors, and I will explain what do they mean. So currently we are somewhere here, still in 2014. As you can see, we have version 6.2 LTS. It will be supported with the green bar for a long time in the future. Then, as you can see, we'll have the version 7.0 still in this year. Exactly, it will be the 2nd of December. So in like, what, 1 week, we'll get the first what's called snapshot release of version 7. It will not be the LTS version yet. As you can see, version 7 LTS is at the end of will be at the end of 2015. So somewhere November, December 2015, we'll got the version 7 LTS. It's also in line in what version 6.2 release cycle looks like. So for a year and a half, you will have both LTS versions running. So you have a lot of time to migrate from one to another. And what is the difference? Because you can say, okay, this is the same what we got before. Before we got 4.5, it was LTS and 6.2, and in the between we got 4.6, 4.7, 6.0, 6.1. So we got 4 versions in between two LTSs. And the difference is that, as you can with the orange bar and the green one, as you can see, the maintenance of the version, the green one, is going up, and it's when the version 7 LTS is released, is just one version is maintained. So we do not maintain 7.1, 7.2, 7.3 when the new version comes. If you are going the fast path with upgrading in version 7, then every few months the new version is released, you should upgrade. And this was the same as with 4.6, 4.7, but with those older versions, there were also the bug fix releases for the next year, meaning that at the beginning of this year and mid this year, the core team had to maintain, I don't know, 4 versions, and this was an awful amount of work because older versions are supported on, for example, older PHP versions, so they support also older browsers. So to backport some patch to older versions, you need to test it in 4 versions, then each version with 5 PHP versions, then in 10 browsers. So just backporting one bug fix meant days of work for the core developer, and it didn't bring actually much value to the end users, because they didn't know that they should migrate, that they should switch, because the version was maintained. So they I can stay with that for the next year, like version 4.7 or 4.6. And right now we're asked to migrate every few months. If you go fast track, if you want those usability improvements and all the other goodies we got, and you go version 7, you can for sure. All those releases will be stable. But if we fix stuff, then we will not do a bug fix release, but we will release a next version, 7.1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. This way, all the time, we'll have just 2 versions to maintain. The stable and the current LTS, 6.2, and 7. In this phase, it will be the release. In the release phase or in the development phase, we'll maintain the version 7. And then after version 7 is released as a LTS, so at the end of the next year, we will still maintain just two branches. This means the core team will have much more time for the real important stuff and for improving the product and fixing it. So I mean that I think that this will bring a lot of value to you, and it's important for you that you communicate that with your customers, because it's important that they know they can use the fast track, they can use the stable track, and but if they use the fast track, they need to upgrade. To make it easier for you to upgrade between versions, one of the highest priority for the core team is to make the upgrades as smooth as possible, and also to provide all kinds of automated migration process and scripts. So you won't be left somewhere with some code, with some data you cannot migrate. It also means that you will be able to migrate from version 6 to version 7. So from one LTS to another LTS, and you don't have to go by each version. You can just migrate from final 6.2 to final LTS with issues. Any questions? The roadmap? No. Okay. Maybe the first point, regular release snapshots. How do they work? It working in this way, that we have a master branch. Then at some point we say, okay, this is enough to release a new version. And then we say that this is 2-week stabilization phase. At this point, we don't merge new features. We just do bug fixing and tuning. And after those 2 weeks, we are releasing the release snapshot, and then we continue working on the new features and the changing stuff. So if we are right now before the first snapshot release, it will be at the 2nd of December. It meaning that we are already in the stabilization phase. So right now for 2 weeks, I will not get any new features mastered. We just got in bug fixes and some tasks.
But like, how are those pages defined now? So the December 2nd is the first?
Yes.
It was not really communicated because you're telling me now, but I didn't read that anywhere.
Okay.
Also not in this week in TYPO3.
Yeah, it will be good. I haven't really followed the communication last 2 weeks, so I'm not sure whether it was communicated or not.
But so this is defined, but how are the other snapshots defined? Or that's
It will be like every, let's say, 3 months.
okay, but
It's not. I'm not aware of the strict dates right now.
Okay.
It's more like defined by the feature set or the changes, or if there will be some important bug fix or something like that.
yeah, because there's also not really. It's like October 2015 will be LTS 7 or 16 and 7, but there's not really a strict date set for it yet.
That's true. I mean, this is called autumn 2015 for this theater. So it might be November, December, or yeah. It will.
We will talk about that if that's we're going to do that like that.
Yes, I mean this needs to be discussed probably on the next update contributor meetings or and communicate with the provider. So we got that. I mean, this roadmap and what I showed you was already communicated on TYPO3.org on there was a news post.
Yeah, of course. This is exactly what you're saying. Is what's in the news post.
Also in the conference, I think Benny Mac I talked about that.
I think there's still a little bit of uncertainty. So that is the path, but
yeah, sure.
Didn't set the date yet. So we'll have to see how that works. I mean, previously, I think setting the date did mean a lot for people. So to really say, okay, this is October 18th, that will be the release. Anyway, I've got another question because from LTS to LTS, it says easy upgrade, but there's no guarantee, is there, that it will be easy. So I spoke to Olivier also about that the people are not, there are some people that do not upgrade to 6.2 because they think, okay, maybe I'll better upgrade to 7. But I think maybe the communication would make a lot of sense if that is the case, an easy upgrade from LTS to LTS is the case, that we still communicate to people that please upgrade to 6.2 because to 7 will be easy. Yes, you better do it now because it's not so easy from 4.5 to 6.2. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there will be no possibility to upgrade from 4.5 directly to 7.
Yeah.
So we have to go through 6.2.
Anyway, okay.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yes. So the idea is that we just migrate and update from one LTS to another LTS.
So, but
to the next one LTS.
Yeah, no, I get it. But what's then the deal with easy upgrade? Because what's the guarantee that it will be easy?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah.
For example, if we do some breaking changes in TYPO3 core,
yeah.
Then we need to provide, and it's already as a procedure in a core team, that we provide the good documentation. So each breaking change needs to provide a documentation, what needs to be upgraded and how should it be upgraded, how should we change stuff. And for the data migration, if the data structure changes, we provide the update scripts.
So the story should actually be that the easy upgrade is possible because the team only needs to maintain 2 versions, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Also, it's less to maintain first, and then we can prepare, provide you better, test automation or upgrade automation. I mean, for the 5 to 6.2, there was already this extension like easy upgrade. It saves you a lot of time. It's not perfect, but it's the right direction to go. That you can actually run a tool, check, what needs to be changed, and you got like 90% done.
So the future really looks like the releases that people can rely on: CMS 7, CMS 8, CMS 9.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting.
Okay. I already told you that we got the first release snapshot on 2nd of December. And let's do some demo. Okay, the screen is pretty small. Okay, so you probably know that this is a TYPO3 login screen. It looks pretty normal. Just few visual changes. I'm logging into the stuff, and you can actually see quite a difference. Maybe it's not too good to see it right now with the Beamer, but the whole backend is now the colors are changed. We got a more monochrome styles. All the modules and the parts got the new icons and are much bigger, so it's easier to tap them. The upper menu was also rewritten, and for example, the user settings are now here, so you don't
Windows.
Yeah. So you don't have to find them somewhere here. You, if you want to change your settings or something or loadout, you just go here and you have everything in place. Then, as you can see, all the modules got new icons, which are quite colorful and flat design. Then other icons were also replaced to streamline the look and feel. We got also the search bar for the top. You probably remember it was a really ugly and strange form at the end of the page. So if you wanted to actually search for something and you have a long page, then you had to scroll like 5 minutes to get the search box. It wasn't really good. So we move it to the top. Then all other menus are still there, but look a little bit different. This one is new, so documentation was also moved, and help was also moved from the left side to the top navigation. Then the list view. Okay. The list view looks, I think, much better, and it's already like that. You can just get it. For example, hiding, it's this switch. You have the green icons to add stuff, so it's much easier and much intuitive to do stuff here. Then let's go to other modules. Of course, for example, file list. It's also styled a little bit different. this is system part. So as you can also see that some modules were moved from one category to another category to actually put them where they belong, or where they should be, or where do we expect them to be. Backend users also streamlined already. And as you can see, that TCA forms, so that all the forms we got in a backend are also being styled and put in the more clear way. So there are no lines, horizontal lines after elements. We got good big headlines and better typography to actually distinguish elements and to show what's important and what's not. And yeah, basically the whole look and feel is much lighter. We are still thinking about how to replace the save icon. This is quite a challenge. I saw that there's even some designer competition in Germany to design a new save icon for for web and for the 21st century. Because for young people it doesn't mean a thing. It just, I don't know, some strange stuff here. So if we have a brilliant idea how we can do the save icon, maybe it will conquer the world and be a new standard, new floppy disk. Yeah, I encourage you to go get the new version, test it, check it out, what happens, see how does it work, what's good or not, how do you like it, get a feedback, whether you like the changes. So let's maybe open some edit blocks. Or templates. Yeah. All the stuff and it's still in TYPO3, but it's looking different. So just go there, grab it, test it, and see whether you like it. Oops. Any questions to that? You want to see something particular? If no, then we'll go and also
one question, because I was discussing this with Felix, who's like in the initial person taking care of this UI change. I know that there's some stuff that needs to be done. I mean, basically, we look at the screens. So like the page view feels to be some kind of there's a lot of work that we need to do in the page tree. So
yes, of course,
there seems to be some kind of a larger block of work. Is there any conceptual work been done there? So like, have you seen that there's what is the idea for the page tree? Or like an example, I could imagine that could be that you just can access a set of pages that you just have maybe used in the past, and then you need to seek for other pages, and you basically actually now everybody's like has to use the page tree to find the page he wants to work on. So I would be, I think I needed somehow to work this with my candidate, and I just make sure just maybe people are only working in one module like TTUs and this kind of stuff. So I would really like to see that the page tree gets a different approach, gets like an alternative, so that there is not, you know, this 1, 2, 3 way to get always to the page module or to the one module that you can work. So. Yeah. Anything that you have been discussing with Felix? Did you propose anything in that direction already?
From what I saw, there are some conceptual work working on the streamlining the page tree to make it look better and to adapt to the all other changes. There is also work done, and there's also a proof of concept in Gerrit of the language mode tree, so we can actually switch the trees to different languages and see all the only pages which are in some language, or got the language information on the page directly to see, yeah, this is translated, this is not translated.
If you look at NEO's in example, the page tree that they have is not in the middle. It's like something that comes in and comes out. So I'm not very sure at the end if this is something that we might think of, that there's some kind of a transition to have an interface that somehow has common ways, you know, to do the same thing. You know, I actually, if I really look at I hope that you not just have the idea of, oh, let's make just the page tree bigger and just the icons bigger so that we can use them.
So you need to scroll more.
Yeah. So for me, this approach that NEOS has, where the page tree can go in and go out, and you can then walk through the page tree and then.
I know that during the UX week, there were for sure some topics about the page tree and navigation. Unfortunately, I wasn't there, and I didn't have time to dig more into that topic. But for sure, there was some conceptual work on that, but I don't know the more details.
Maybe we can.
Yeah, sure, I will definitely do it. I mean, this is also something which needs communication. The idea for the UX week, what's developed there, and in what direction, and what are the concepts. It's still, yeah, we're still missing some details there. And this is not so related to version 7, but few things good to know. And I found out that many developers still don't know that. There are two really useful extensions. One is the Xstyle guide. This extension is actually used when we are working on these designs and or changing some visuals and TYPO3 backend. Basically, this extension provides you in one extension all the features TYPO3 has. So all the types of forms, views, different select boxes, and in all the combinations you can imagine. So in this one extension, we can actually check, okay, if we change the CSS line, how does it influence all the different forms, all the different use cases for relations and TCA forms. And it's also good to know if you're developing your own extension to take the code example, treat it as a code example repository, so you can check it out, see what possibilities there are, how we can get it. Maybe there is something interesting for you, or something which helps you solve your problem. And the same is with example. This is extension containing all the examples from the whole TYPO3 documentation. So if you want example from M2M relation, then just go and grab it from there. It's ready to use, it's working, you can just check it out and see how the code looks like. And I found those two extensions pretty useful in the development and also in testing stuff and checking whether something might break with might change or not. So this ends the part of the TYPO3.7. I would also like to encourage you to contribute, and those are two examples showing that every contribution you do to TYPO3 code-wise is somewhere, is visible. People can see it, and it's pretty obvious. You get your name listed, and those are just two portals when you can go. Open Hub and Activity Monitor. Let's start with Open Hub. This portal just scanned the TYPO3 Git repository and shows some nice statistics here. So we got the tags and lines of code, languages, commits per month. You can see how the activity looks like, how many contributors there are. But also, you got the list and ratings of different contributors, and you can see, for example, who did what and when, how people are active, how did they contribute in the past. So every commit you do for the TYPO3 or other open source projects is somewhere there. You get credit, you get visibility, and you can see that some people are really, titans of contributing. For example, Christian Kuhn. In the 5 years time, you can see those bars. It's pretty incredible. But also, you can see people who contribute from time to time, or just started, a few months ago or a year ago, but are still there, and they are also here. I mean, and they do a great job, and this is really important to be thankful to each one of them, and get inspired and to also involve and do something. So this is one side, and the second one is this one. Oh, come on, let me. Yeah. Like it. This is something really TYPO3 community specific. So the previous tool was for all open source software, which is hosted somewhere publicly on GitHub, for example. But this one is really specific to TYPO3 community. This is a tool developed by Andy Grunwald, and you can select different different packages or projects from the TYPO3 community and see some statistics. Right now, I'm showing statistics for TYPO3 core team and TYPO3 CMS project. But there is also Flow and Neos and all your extensions which are hosted on git.typo3.org were also merged here. And what are the rules? I mean, this is just to get an overview. This is not something really so important, but to just get an overview, to get some metrics. For creating a patch set, for creating a change, you got 10 points to verify, to test it, 3 points, code review and merge, 1 point. And as you can see, we got months and people doing stuff here. And as you can see, we have people with really awful amounts of points, like Volter or Marcus Klein, and you can see they are active for a long time. Every month they're somewhere in the top, and this is pretty awesome that there are people who are really dedicated to the product. They do a lot of stuff. They are, contributing each month really actively. They're always somewhere in the top, and it's really easy for you to get to know them, to start working together, to meet them on some event. See that those are normal people, normal developers, really open and friendly guys, and you can learn really a lot from them. And I mean, this is my story, and this is one thing that we've got some top people, and there are many names the same. But what is also really important, we got plenty of people who contribute from time to time, do some patch set once in a time, and you see there are really a lot of them. Even, guys who just make some code review. Every code review doing Gerrit, you can see it here somewhere. And this is also really important to get those code reviews, to get those tests. Because, if Kotlin wants to provide quality, we also need to test. We also need to get feedback from more people, from more users. So every one of those, ones somewhere here is really important and is extremely useful for providing a high quality product. So I wish that all of you will find yourself in the next month activity monitor, and with that wish, I will end my presentation and answer your questions. Okay, are you happy with the new look and feel? What do you think? Is it crappy, too dark, make you sad, or make you happy that your icons and colorful orange, green stuff? How do you feel?
A lot also depends on how it feels. So
yeah.
That you cannot see that only from the screenshot.
Yeah, of course.
But I think it's a very good development. I was also wondering a bit, like Olivier said, I'm not really for me the communication is totally lacking. So there is some communication, but I try to get it out of the core team, but everyone's so busy programming. I didn't read the first snapshot release, but I also don't really read, are we going to be responsive or not? That's mentioned nowhere, which is a very important thing. It looks like it because it's based on Bootstrap, but that should be one unique thing you're striving for.
I mean, for use on a tablet, this would be for sure. To use it on mobile, the phone, I'm not sure if this makes so much sense to do the full backend fully responsive.
Yeah, but for the tablet is mobile enough.
I think it's even easier to just scale and scale out and scale in on the phone.
I'm really wondering
if you have a complex form, then to scroll 5 minutes, change something and scroll up.
Yeah, I'm really wondering how that will happen because the rich text editor is really a problem there. So that doesn't really hold up.
Yeah, I mean, rich text editor gets at least 100 patches last 3 months.
Yeah.
So there's a quite heavy tuning and bug fixing.
Yeah. Yeah, we discussed it at the active contributor meeting also, looking at the RTD if we should find a replacement for that or not. But what you say is that Stanislas is totally dedicated to this RTD.
Yeah.
So for years already. So that's like I said, for me it looks really good and good direction, but it depends a little bit on how it feels. So.
Yeah, I mean, you will not know until you try it. Okay, so thank you, and yeah, you can
It's time for lottery.
Yes, do you want to make it?
You have a typo in your email in case somebody wants to contact you.
Yeah, I will rework the slides before I publish them. Okay. Yeah, so, as you know from yesterday, we got a really great gift to give away, sponsored by Soros Broker. Oh yeah, so give it. We already gave away the first TYPO shuffle yesterday, and today the second one is going to the lucky winner. We need some volunteer from the audience to get the name from the bag. So who will be it? No.
Christian, as a sponsor. Yeah. Who will be the winner? Oh, yeah.
And
Marta Kłopotowska.
is she on board?
Nope.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's try again.
We need to write her email. She won an iPod. Sorry.
How much time? Yeah.
Yeah, congratulations. Congratulations.
Okay, and we've got also free licenses, PHP Storms, sponsored by JetBrains. So, who wants to
Pick the names?
names? Nobody?
Oh, come on.
Okay.
Yeah, then we'll send them back.
No,
Come on, come on. Who wants to be the
okay.
the Santa Claus of this conference? And
Szymon Figurski.
Szymon Figurski. Hey!
I don't have it now, but I will send you an email.
It's not in the box, actually. It's not the Microsoft.
I can still one. Congratulate you.
Thank you.
And we got two more licenses.
Okay, Ben, please.
Okay. Big one. All right. So, and the lucky winner is
Bartosz Ciopa.
the PHP Storm license.
Oh, excellent. Very good.
Thank you.
Okay, and one more.
And the last license goes
To Christian Linsky. You're welcome. Congratulations.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, do you want now some break, or we continue with another presentation about enterprise CMS?
Some break.
Break? Okay.
Przerwa kawowa, dodajemy ją do nas. No okej.
Nie, nie, nie. Jest to na minus wiem, że jakieś celo tam, ale nie wiem, czy to jest tak.
This is what you project management telefonie. This is where you get the data from.
Raz mi się tutaj podobało. Ale jeśli masz chwilę z internetu, to masz ten kod.
Nie, pewnie, ale ten, no mówisz, że ten, jak na monitor, to ten laser to odbija.
Ale on ma, wiesz,
Specjalny.
nie, ale to działa. Mają takie, wiesz, wielkie terminale.
No, może być.
Nie wiem ile jest, to był taki film, nie? Musiał do domu.
Ja skończyłem wszystkie jutro jeszcze jeden.
I wypłata. Ale ty masz taką też okres.
No nie, jak faktury wysłałem, ale...
No ale to jak ci zapłacą, nie?
Jak zapłacą, ale nie miałem takich, że kurde w ogóle wiesz, jak się spóźnisz czymś, to jest okej. Jak przychodzę po kasę, to krótko płacą, nie? Jeden to jest stary handlarz z rynku. To kurde go wysłałem na SEO, mówił, że jak stara faktura, to się kosztuje po kasę. No i na rynku handlują z ręki do ręki, nie? Tam przywozi towar, czy coś.
No tak, też
O, ten na rynku handluje, wiesz, ale
ja się bałem, że kurwa spać. Będzie potwierdzać. Ale wciągnąć się, czy wystąpiłeś tak? No to ten wciągnął.
Właśnie nie wiem, czy
no ale to wiesz, może zrobić pół dnia i parę tysięcy tejże, nie? Ale chyba już jakiś aparat, nie jak zostawisz. No ale on może podejść do ciebie i ci... Ale to nie jest... No to, ale to i tak łapie, nie?
Łapie, wiesz,
Bo gdzieś właśnie kiedyś było w telewizji, że portal jest taki, nie? Który blokuje te wszystkie sygnały. No ja mam sam, ja PS2. A teraz jak zobaczę, porównam do swojego, szczególnie, że tam jeszcze ta działka płacnowa, to widać. To fajnie, bo ten ciekawy. One kurwa ramki naciskają, nie? Czyli masz telefon, nie masz kropki, ale cała powierzchnia jest naprawdę zoptymalizowana i się sprawdza. No ja właśnie, to jest chyba jakieś nie, robię spadnie i opiję się. Po co kurwa zdjęcia robić? Albo przeszkadzać innym świecąc.
Wszystkie gazety,
No właśnie, bo to musisz, tak naprawdę ci dźwięk jest potrzebny. No ale to jakąś, jeżeli wiesz, chcesz mieć własną kolekcję, nie? Ale normalnie to przecież możesz kupić płytę z koncertem i tak dalej i mieć...
Cieszę się, że
Pewnie parę pisała. Samochód podjechał.
Przyszedłem się na proszę, no to o 13 dni. Że później te cele, no to wiesz, tam 0 gramów.
Ale to jak wiesz, że nic nie jesz, nic nie ma jak to w ogóle sprawić.
Znaczy ja bym na
A, ale to rano.
rano już tak słabo. Nie są powiedzieć, no tak nigdy nie wiesz. W internecie trochę szukałem, wiesz, jak to godzinowo, to im więcej było. Godziny tak naprawdę to szczerze naprawdę.
też fajnie jest czasami się
Co taki zmęczony?
Nie wyspałem się.
Nic cię nie boli?
Czy wiesz więcej ode mnie? To jest możliwe, ale...
Nie, ja tam to nie śledziłem, spokojnie. Chyba też nie robić lekko.
Ja próbowałem telefonu napisać SMS-a jeszcze do kiedy się odpala, to zajęło mi to 20 minut, bo co chwilę byłem głupi, mimo że byłem pewien, że to jest głupi, mi się telefon odpala na 5 minut, tak,
Już nie czas.
Raz nie zawsze.
Tak, tak.
Meczyk się.
To jak to się skończy zawsze.
Tak.
Fajnie pracuję, ale czasami wieczorem zadowolony jest to, tylko nic nie rysuje wtedy, że tego nie było.
Nie robić tego. Ale to z tego dnia, dlaczego co powiedzieć?
Jak człowiek.
A nie to swoje,
No.
I co, o której?
Nie wiem. I nie mam jak tego ustalić.
No, już mogę.
O 14:30 jest obiad. Mamy generalnie godzinę 15. Chciałbym ten czas wykorzystać. Z tym, że pierwsza część będzie dosyć mocno interesująca do warsztatowa, więc myślę, że... Zobaczcie tutaj, zobacz, czym się utrzymuje na warsztatowaniu. Bo to jest praktycznie 20 metrów, może 20. Nie zatrzymuje się? Bo są często te pociągi się zatrzymują na Poznań Garbara, a to jest dosłownie 100 metrów stąd, może 200. Więc sobie zobaczcie, czy przypadkiem się nie zatrzymuje. Nawet dużo telka myślę, że zatrzymuje. Są minutki głosów, na 10. No, radio słuchałem.
Ale znowu te elektroniczne?
Nie, że pisałem. Częściowo ręcznie przeliczone.
Dobra.
No, zobaczymy. Na pozrywanej energetycznej. Są wynika z 13 województw. Nie ma jeszcze. Przed biurkiem porusza się trochę już zapasy. No.
I'm waiting.
Może jest jakaś aplikacja do tego. Macie takiego zdalnego pilota? O. Tak podobnie.
I kończę.
Asystent ustawień klawiatury. Okay. Identyfikuj klawiaturę.
Dalej.
Okay. Okay. So first of all, they will have a few maybe barcode sessions. Those are 4 topics that was written this day and day before. First of all, I think Tymek wrote this as we would like to present to.
Yeah, but let's not close the list yet.
Okay.
So if you still have some issue you'd like to,
I think for 5 minutes.
cover on the markup,
you can say hello for everybody.
then just drop a note on this board. It's for you. It's whether you would like to hear about something or you want to present something and you got some topic you would like to share. So just feel free to add something there, and yeah, maybe at the beginning of the Barcamp session we'll decide what we can cover, and yeah.
Okay. So, hello everybody, again. Today we'll talk more about marketing of the product than the development part, because like almost in every presentation we are focused directly on inside the code. But I would like to present the client view of the TYPO3 CMS, because this is more important in selling than the developer. But for both of those things are important, but like the client part is for me is very, very important. And that's why I would like to have some kind of a small workshop and small talk about it. And this topic is related with one of our case study that we made by Wikipedia. And from this development, I've got a few ideas, a few points that I see in the negotiation with the client, and I'd like to share those things with you to help you selling the product, to help you like maybe to see those products in other view, like the TYPO3 or the TYPO3 deals. So who I am? I'm the CEO of Wikipedia. We are working in Wikipedia for a few years right now, and we are growing still and looking for new ideas for new markets and new also open source products. Also, I'm a big educator of the open source. I'm looking to work with the universities to share the knowledge, to talk with the very important people on the university, to have, for example, some kind of lectures, workshops, to share the knowledge by the university, to teach the students how to do it. Like, from my point, the best thing is, for example, when the student will be at the university, he can end the university and start to work as a freelancer, for example, like NEOS or Symfony 2 or something like that. This is my point, to create the practice knowledge on the universities. I'm also the proud father, and this thing changed my life a little bit, but this is that when you have got a family, you are looking at the business in another way, more you are thinking about the values of the company, I'd like to say about also, and this is very important for me. And privately, I'm a big aviation geek, and I can talk about aviation all the time, every day. Yeah. Okay, so the Wikipedia is based on the open software, and this is our point, and we don't want to change it anymore. So we're working on the open software, also the open source software with the enterprise model license. So we can sell, of course, open software license, open software development, but also we can coverage the license for the enterprise if some client wants. And of course, TYPO3 is our big market for us and our big development part. Also, we are working in Magento with the e-commerce systems, and also we started last year to create the department of the ERP systems based on the Odoo. This is Open ERP. It's now moved to the Odoo. So these are free products that we are selling for our clients, and also we use the integration tools to have like the whole system working together. And sometimes we're creating the custom apps, but this is not our most important market for us. About our company, main things about our company are values, and we're always talking about the values. So we would like to be perfect that we are working for the development part. We want to develop with the good quality, with the tested quality, with the open communication, with the open culture. That's why we can not be focused only on the revenue. So you can't make a good quality, only focus on the revenue of the company, but we are thinking a lot about the cooperation, about the community, and that's why we are posting a lot of patches to the community. We're giving back that we took a product, but we're giving back what we can. This is very, very important for us in our strategy. And 1 year ago, we started a negotiation with a quite huge contract on the Polish market. The company is called Raben, and this is one of the biggest logistics company in Poland right now. But not only in Poland, but they are quite huge in the Europe, because they've got 10 offices in Europe. And they said that they want a cool CMS on the enterprise level. That was their idea, because a lot of content, a lot of features, I would say in a moment about it. And they say, give us the enterprise CMS. And we started thinking about it. Of course, we had a solution, but we needed to find how to sell the TYPO3 for the client. This will, I would say, in the moment. So the company, 10 countries in Europe, in Germany, Poland, in Netherlands. The history of the company is very, very interesting. That this is the family company also right now, and this is like the multi-international marriage because the owner is from the Netherlands and the sellers in the Netherlands, and his wife is from Poland. And when he moved to Poland in the 90s, he started the company, and right now they've got 1,000 million euro income per year. This is huge. So yeah, it's a very nice solution. They've got 6,000 trucks right now in the Europe, and 1 million meter squares of the warehouses. So they are very huge. And they wanted to have enterprise CMS. I'd like to talk with you about what we are thinking about the enterprise CMS. What do you think is important for the client when he's choosing and he's saying, we want enterprise CMS. Well, what does it mean? What he wants? Security. Give me security. Okay. What else is important on this level? Stability. Stability. Scalability. Can you say again? Scalability. Scalability. What is important? For example, client has got 10, is working in multi-language. That's right. What's also important? Support. Yes.
Feature richness.
Once again?
Feed that is feature
full of features. Let's say like that.
Features.
Okay. Okay. Now try to think if, for example, WordPress can cover all of this one. Maybe yes, maybe not. We're not 100% sure. You can think that, for example, Joomla can cover all of these. Maybe yes, maybe not. But like when I'm thinking about those values and selling those values for the client that he wants it, we need to be 100% sure when we are working on the enterprise level that our product will cover these things. Because if not, it can be a huge catastrophe. And I tried to think about it, considering with this development, and yeah, this points. It was my also idea that I found it and tried to figure out how to use it. So the security. This is, I think, most important thing considering the CMS, that it is safe, that nobody will go to our backend and, for example, say that we are shit, go to another company. It happens, of course, in the market, but we don't want to do it. Especially that, for example, for the big company, this is so important, like, for example, for a doctor, the operating theater for the nuclear power plant is also important, the safety, and for the, for example, city that needs to always move, always going. So the security is very, very important for the CMS. How it's in TYPO3? It's okay. There's a security team. Everybody is working on the patches. If there's some kind of insecurity, we have it, so we can sell it. That's right. Scalability. I wrote this as a performance. This is graphic. I found it on the Motivator. This is Polish manga. And I don't know if the guys from outside Poland knows that there's a huge problem with the voting system in Poland right now, because some guys wrote it in the cake PHP, and also they wrote it in the C# application. It was making a few students, and everybody system crashed because it was like not so safe and everything. And there is a graphic that say after counting 52% of the votes, we informed that Patience Solitaire is working. So yeah, this is very important. And let's say if TYPO3 can scale, of course it can scale. We can have a lot of server applications. We can have sessions in the Redis, for example, or in the Memcache. We can have backend cache also in Redis, so going to the scale is not a problem for us. And also with the performance, like connecting the varnish TYPO3, it's not a problem. It's like there's also a lot of out-of-box almost working extensions. Can you provide those things? For example, the Redis cache is all implemented inside the TYPO3. We don't need to have a special extension for it. But with the varnish, no. The other thing, you said multi-language. Yes, that's right. Many CMS systems doesn't work very good with the multi-languages. From the TYPO3, I was always looking for the UNESCO development, where there is 50 languages right now on the UNESCO website, 40, 50. There's a lot, and a lot of CMS couldn't cover the Russian language because of the problems with the characters. We have it, so we can say for the client we can create a big development for all the world with a lot of languages, and it will actually works. And other thing, that's not only translating of the website, but it's the way how we translate the website. So we can have different translation policies. Each client has got different. For example, sometimes we've got 10 English versions of the website concerning the region. So yeah, we have it, and we can, with no problem, sell it. Then, I don't know, it was let's say support. Updates and along the LTS. This is very important considering for the CMS, because if we create a product that, for example, client will pay for it at least, like, let's say 10,000 euro, and we said to this client next year, we need to pay again 10,000 euro to upgrade. For example, in the Drupal, there's the way that each version is a huge change that you need to make a lot of work to upgrade it to the next version. If we have those systems, the client will say, no, we don't want to upgrade, we don't have a budget, for example, this year. So this is going, that the security level is going down because the client is not upgrading. Other thing is upgrading is quite risky, and company doesn't want to do it. So that's why the policy of the updates in the TYPO3 and LTS versions, long-term version support, it's a very good way, because you can easily update the versions, for example, LTS, and then you have, for example, 3 or 4 years that you are safe with your product. So you can, for example, if there will be security patch, you need only, for example, 1 hour to update the system for the client, and the client will do it. We say you have a security, there's a security fix, and you need to pay, for example, 1,000 euro for it because there's a lot of work to push it. The client will not have the security fix, or he will think that, okay, we've got a lot of bugs in our system, let's change the platform for another one because this is like quite not good. Another thing about the huge companies is that they've got a lot of websites. So when you consider, for example, a small company, there's like 15, 20, 25 websites, because there's no special department for creating the content, and they don't have time, like thinking about the content of the website as, okay, we need some kind of the content of the website, so let's write something. But in the bigger companies, when we are thinking about, for example, product catalogs, for example, data sheets for the products, a lot of places where the company is working for. Like when we sum up all websites on those products, we can find 1,000, 2,000, 10,000 web pages. And the problem is when we've got the huge amount of the web pages, it's really hard to manage it. So for example, think about the WordPress and create 10,000 pages in the WordPress backend. So you couldn't find the web pages after that. And this is what the TYPO3 is going very well, because the backend is well organized considering the whole page tree. And if you have, for example, 1 million pages, I don't know if JavaScript will cover that in the TYPO3, but it will work actually. And this page tree you can split to the users, so you can use the access right for it. And this is also very important for the big companies that, for example, we'll create for them like kind of the landing pages, or we'll create some kind of the recruitment process, or for example, the media gallery for the customers. Each of this product is inside the one installation. And what does it mean that for the client this is another one installation?
it's making smaller costs for the support, it's making smaller costs for the infrastructure. You can have a huge system, scalable, and a lot of servers like that, but this is one. So we are, for example, one time fixing the bug. We can one-time update the whole server, one-time update of the, for example, TYPO3. If we, for example, consider it when how companies sometimes working, they said, okay, we got 5 websites. 2 websites was on Joomla, made it 3 years ago. 2 was on the Drupal 2 years ago, and there was some kind of the project that some guys made of the home-built CMS systems and blah 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 blah. And there's a situation that the client don't know what they have inside the infrastructure, don't know about the features, about the bugs, about the security patches. Like, it's not safe. When you have one thing to manage it inside the company, it's much more easier to work with it. Then something that is also was important, and especially in the Raven group projects, like the editors and access rights. If you have, for example, a company that they are working, for example, 20 or 30 departments, each department needs to have other access rights. Because how big company are working for, sometimes they're competing by departments, sometimes they are not loving each other by departments, and they can do a lot of things wrong. So that's why the editors and access rights is very important in TYPO3. It's well developed. We can easily create access rights, for example, for somebody who can only change, for example, the weather of the website. This is the only thing that he can change, and that's why there's no risk for the company that giving the access rights for the backend is not generating, for example, some kind of the risk for the company. It's quite safe, especially that we can also use the workspaces. So we have like the double check of the work that somebody done. Also, this is very important for the companies. Then, about considering the CMS systems, and this is a big topic, like the searching of the websites, because when you, for example, have got 10,000 or 100,000 pages, it's really hard to search it using the MySQL. So there should be some kind of integration with like the Elasticsearch Solar. We're quite lucky because we've got one with the Solar integration. It's working very well. I was presenting last year this community version of this Solar, and we are quite sure that the server will be not killed by the search using the MySQL. And also the quality of the search, quality of the search results will be good. And for example, the client will be looking for the words in Polish, there will be in Polish search results. And it's very important. Also, mainly characters. Yeah, that's right. So there's a lot of things that we need to think about. And if you have, for example, system based on the MySQL with the search, actually it's really hard to implement all those features. And it's pointless because it's spending a lot of time creating that something is on the market. Then another thing, I think this is very, very important, because especially in the Polish market, you guys all know this well, that there's a lot of homemade CMS systems. Like almost every company created on the CMS systems, I don't know, better than another one. Most of those systems are not based on the framework, they are based on our framework, like there is a lot of direct SQL connections, and yeah, this is shit, I can say that. I haven't seen good CMS system like created by the company by ourselves. Why? Because, for example, if you have 5 developers, and these 5 developers creating the CMS system, they need at least 1 year or 2 years to create a good product. Considering to the TYPO3 that was established in like 2001, correct me if I'm wrong, there's 20 years of thinking about the CMS, a lot of people involved in it, and it couldn't be worse than 5 people developing homemade CMS systems. Of course, sometimes in some kind of the development part, when there's some kind of the custom applications, of course, the way of taking the framework, creating some kind of the logic, and also adding some CMS features is very important. But when you have a client that wants the huge website, it's pointless to create this from scratch. It's better to use the well-known CMS or CMF, as we say sometimes on the TYPO3, to create the new features using the XBase, and we are quite sure that those things are covered by the CMS systems. We don't need to think about our applications that we need to fix each security bug that we found on the, for example, PHP 4, there's some kind of the inclusion or something like that. We don't need to think about it because the framework and the CMS system is covering us. What does it mean for us? Like, we need less time to develop. We can be more specific on the business values for the client than on thinking about the technical details that they are covered by the, for example, TYPO3 and covered by the XBase if we want to create some kind of the new logic for the client. That's why for the enterprise level, it's very important that they need to be feel safe. Because when the manager in the company is choosing the CMS systems, he needs to be sure that everything will go wrong. Because if not, and he will, for example, spend a lot of money at the companies, he needs to try, for example, find another job, because this can be consequence. That's why managers in the big companies are always thinking about the risk, and they are trying to minimize the risk. And if there is a risk, they don't want to take this risk by themselves. They're trying to put the risk to somebody. That in the wrong situation, they will say, okay, there was a risk, he knows that, and he said, okay, I'm pretty clean. So that's why those features that those points that we wrote here need to be like covered by the system. We can say to the manager, okay, we know those features, we know the risk of the security, but this is covered by the community. You're not only the one company that you're working with the TYPO3. So, for example, look, Lufthansa took those risks, for example. UNESCO took those risks. Other people took those risks, so that's why you don't want to take those risks with choosing the products. And considering with the homemade CMS systems, I will never take a risk for example, free developers are that they were creating some CMS and they said, no problem, 1 million visits per day is not a problem for us. Like we can see right now in the voting system, that was the problem, that they couldn't this 7 points covered by the software. But they said, okay, no problem, we can do it. Yeah. And that's why look at the risk. In Poland, we're not talking about the company that they failed. We're talking about somebody that chose the system and or should choose the system. They failed because the software we create for the clients. If the client will not work with the systems, this is the corporate is the client fault because he could choose another system and will be better. So important thing is to have the safety by, for example, you get a TYPO3 and you are not pretty sure that the company that is supporting you is okay, you can switch one. If you have, for example, this year, when we have got teaching the juniors, we gave them one project that came from the other agency. They said, please help us. And we gave them the PrestaShop. We don't work with the PrestaShop. This was one-time situation to give the knowledge how to don't do it to juniors. And it was completely messed up. PrestaShop will change everything. Almost every line in the core was messed up. And they said, guys, it's not okay to create like this. We need to think about the quality, about the core, have the correct installations for the client. If we change the core, for example, a lot of things, it's wrong. And if you, for example, have a company that is only producing the system and only selling to you, and you can't actually switch the company, all those bugs that are in code, they still be there. Nobody will. I don't know if somebody of you was fixing somebody's CMS software. It's it's a piece of crap. I can say like that. So for enterprises, it's very important that they can switch the companies. Of course, this is also covered by the not only open source systems, because also the paid license systems also has got a lot of partners that you can switch them, and also they are giving the warranty. And the TYPO3, you can only by a company to give a warranty for the client. Like the TYPO3 is not giving you the warranty. So this is very also important. They can switch if there will be a risk. They can switch the company to, for example, have the situation. Also, something very important for the enterprise companies are the costs, because each company has got some kind of budget to spend for example, the marketing things. This CMS actually is not something that is directly paying the bills for the company. Like considering the e-commerce making revenue for the company, so that's why the company can easily spend money for developing it, because they know that this is earning money, so we can give more features that can be, for example, change the conditions of the website. But if we are thinking about the more marketing applications for the clients, it's really hard to measure up how, for example, changing of the big portal is changing the revenue of the whole company. Actually, when, for example, for the General Electric, I think it's 0. It's not changing anything, yeah, but they need to have correct websites. So that's why the TYPO3 has got a very big, sorry, I need to connect to, very big advantages of the CMS system, considering the, for example, Adobe systems, for example, IBM portals, and other things that, for example, we can say for the client, this CMS, those kind of the features with the longer support will cost, for example, 100,000 euro, and for example, the same thing with the Adobe will cost 1 million euro. What will you choose? Because I think the question is very simple for people, especially that the United States is changing. They're trying to use the open source, like the era of only enterprise software, the enterprise license, I think is some kind of the ending, because people are also the corporates are counting money, and they are thinking, why do we need to spend 10 times more to have Adobe product? Let's use, for example, the open source product with the very good company, and we have the same product, the same level, 10 times cheaper, and my boss will be very happy if I decided and take those risks and finish up those products. So I think this thing is very important for us as the community, that we have the same level of the product, of the features, of the development part than, for example, Adobe partners and the Adobe products, but this is 10 times less. So mostly if we, for example, be a little cheaper, we're still cheaper because we don't need to pay, for example, a big cost of the license. And this is, I think, very good point for the selling the TYPO3. This is enterprise level, the same features that have got the Adobe. In many things, we are better than Adobe, but you can pay less for it. And paying less is not meaning that there's a product from China with the lower quality. No. This is a still very good product with the very good things. And if you're in the end of talking with the client and he said, no, the TYPO3 is small community, nobody is community, just go to the TYPO3 blog and show the client which clients are using it. So those clients took the risk to take this product, and actually they are quite successful. If somebody doesn't know this website, there are some kind of the points you need to I don't know. Here are only big companies. You can actually create a blog for your I don't know, will repairman and post it because he like. Or there's only one thing that you need. It will be so cool that of course it can be here. But this is something that you can, for example, show your client and say, okay, Leader it's working here, UNESCO here is working on it, and Lind, I think, is here. It's working on it. So why this product will not work on your company? Client said, okay, I understand. And he can go to the boss and say, we choose the TYPO3 because it's good, and also this one is working on. For example, the negotiation to Raben, they said our concurrent company, can't spell actually correct this company. They are using TYPO3. So if our concurrent company is using the TYPO3, we also could use it because like it's okay software. So if you have no arguments for the client, or for example for the friends that they are not believing in TYPO3, go to this blog and show them how it can be actually manage the big enterprise level portals. And after talking with the client and saying that we can do everything that you want on this client, they said, okay, let's go to the TYPO3. We think that this product will be very good for us. And we started the development part. It took us about like 4 months or 5 months of the development with the first Scrum process. We were working with other agencies that they were creating the designs. And the client said that they want to have the corporate website, of course, responsive. And of course, the responsive websites are very easy if you have small amount of content. So for example, small amount of websites, and it's easy to create the website with the responsive design. But if you have the big portal with a lot of features, a lot of things to check, it's quite risky. But of course, with a lot of testing and a lot of working with the front end, you can manage. And right now, the clients say, okay, we have responsive design, our concurrent company doesn't have, other doesn't have, the big one doesn't have. So we can kind of the first big logistic company with the full responsive websites. So for them both, it was very important to have on his iPhone correct website with everything. Of course, this is today it's normal, but you need to be beware that the big companies are not so fast as the small companies in the development of the website, because for them the migration is a big process. When you have 10,000 pages and you change it, for example, the product, this is a very big process. This is not only the changing template. And so that's why that's what they call it. Of course, another thing with this, with this portal, was a lot of websites and a lot of languages. The client was a little bit of worried that on the CMS, homemade CMS that he was using, actually, there was a huge problem with the languages in the websites, because he said that he wants for each country language from this country and translation of this language to English. So they have, for example, they have right now 10 English languages on their website, and which was trying to figure out if other content management systems we could do it. I think on the TYPO3 there was only thing that we can do. So if you, for example, see to the back end of this Raven, each country has got their own websites, of course, with the inheritance of the languages and all of these. And each of those languages also has got the English language. We are actually in the beginning were not understanding that each country will have different languages, but the problem is that they got different type of services in each country, and especially that they are international company, they need to think about also, for example, the clients that they are in France, but actually can speak French. So it was very important for the client. And also, the big issue for us was that the editors are in the whole Europe. So there is not only one editor that is hosting all things on the website. There's actually 14 or 16 editors right now from the Hungary, from the Germany, from the Netherlands. Each of this country has got own editors, and we need to create a good good training for them in an international way. So that's why we were communicating with a lot of English with them. And actually, right now, they are really excited about this product. They've got a lot of editors. They are always changing the site, and actually, they were excited. But from our point also, very because first of all, you need to create a system that, for example, editor can't crash it. So, for example, he actually can create some kind of the style in the backend. So the website will look the same as you want. And also, you need to be sure that this website will be still working, because when you've got, for example, a few requests per second, you need to be sure that every request, for example, will be correct and the website will be working. So you need to think about some kind of deployment. And especially that, and I think this is like standard maybe for you, maybe not, but I would like to also add to say this thing about in this conference. Krzysiek actually was talking yesterday about it. If you have, for example, other services in the project, for example, you use Redis cache, for example, you use the Solar system, use the Varnish, you need to be sure that on your local machine, development part will work the same as the production. Because if you, for example, locally, you will have no Solar, no Redis cache, for example, no Varnish, you actually, you can do something that will crash those three things. And it's really hard to create without it. So it's pointless when you have, for example, two projects in the support and one big project you're creating with, to switch the configuration all the time. So if you have, for example, engines on your computer and switching the cores in the Solar server, or switching, for example, the ACI, the Varnish configuration. So that's why if you're not using it, I'm always saying use it, because it's very easy to create it. And maybe the chef cookbooks are not so easy to create it, but there's also an Ansible and other things. If you have it, for example, and you want to check if the Solar system is working actually on the, for example, Raven or other system, you can get the repository from the Git, for example, make a background app back, and your whole development environment is ready on your computer. Also, very important things considering from the enterprise, but not from the client way, but from the company way that is working for those kind of the solutions, is the quality. And to cover those quality, you need to be sure that everything in your environment is okay. So first of all, you need to have continuous integration. Without it, it's sometimes each continuous integration deployment. It was small place on the slide. It's really important that you can, for example, with one click, push everything to the production and really be sure that it will actually work in the production. Like deploying with the FTP, using the FTP or SSH manually by files can crash the server, because you are not so fast as the script. As for example, some people are using Capistrano, some people are using different ways. We need to be sure that deployment will take, for example, changing the files will take 1 second, less than 1 second, maybe 2 seconds, because this time is very dangerous for the client that they are receiving the websites. Also, very important thing is the code review, because especially when you've got the bigger teams, and there's also some kind of the different point of the knowledge by the developers. They need to, first of all, using the code review, share the knowledge between those developers, and also check if, for example, this particularly commit will not break the production. Of course, we can test it on the latest stage in production, but it's good to have very fast feedback. Not feedback 3 days after deploying, for example, latest, but the same day. And the code review is a nice process, not only control. Like we can't see the continuous code review as a control. This is a knowledge sharing mainly. Of course, quality control, yes, but this is something good for the developers. They can share some kind of ideas, knowledge, and it's working on the Gerrit and the TYPO3 very well with the voting system, and it's making, I think, big, huge improvements inside those projects. Also, very important thing Krzysiek was telling about this today, the feature Git branch workflow. It is helping a lot of the code review process. So, but from our side, this is very important from the client, because, for example, we are developing new features for the client. And for example, the client say, okay, this is something important right now, let's do this one. And if you will, for example, use the one branch with the develop branch, you need to remove those changes, add new changes, and merge those changes to the master. If you use the Git feature branch workflow, you can actually don't have those changes in the develop branch, for example, and you can easily deploy new version every day, every second, because you're sure that, for example, the master scan, each deployment when you deploy from the master, it's clean, and you are sure that deployment will not process. Also, it's very important to be very strict with the updates of the product. So you need to check all the security patches on the websites. If they are, you need to be sure that they will come to the client. And actually, if you use, for example, the Git submodules in your projects, it's very easy to put the versions up because this is only one comment. I don't know if you use those kind of deployment part. Of course, you can also use the composer. But if you move the whole core outside from the repository and you're only linking for the one comment, then using, for example, the Git or the composer, you can push the version up very easy. You actually don't need to copy files, don't do anything. Only like change the commit for the newer one, for the newest version, and it's going up, and the security patch. So we can say that, for example, we need, I don't know, 10 minutes to put the new version of the production. Because we're very fast clicking and checking everything, we shouldn't do it. But this is the process that it can be fast and safe. And always remember about selling the TYPO3 for the clients. We are much more cheaper than Adobe and the IBM, and the product is much more better than the IBM and the Adobe and other corporate CMS systems. This thing is making people to think how they can spend the budget, because manager that he will, for example, save 30% of his budget, he's the boss in the company. And this is thing that also you can use it negotiation, because the client is counting money, and the quality is much more better than in other open source projects. It's as good as in the corporate products. Only thing is, of course, the warranty. This is this discussion, but of course, there are some kind of ways that you can, for example, give us a company warranty to your client. Yeah. Do you have questions? Or some thoughts about it? Or some other things to say? Or add from your experience something?
Do you use workspaces for Raven?
No, right now no.
Never saw workspaces. I don't know how it's in 3.6.2.
I'm not doing it, but I'm saying that there is a possibility, but this can crash a lot of things.
Because you mentioned that you know which features are in the core. At some point, it's useful to really have a look in the deep, how they're working and how they interact with each other.
Yeah, of course, my friend from the colleague from out my desk, Timoteusz, is telling me about it, because he were on the coast of the workspaces, yeah, with Zbyszek, and so they give me a feedback about it. But we are trying to not use the workspaces because we can converge a lot right now. But we're waiting for new version, the workspaces.
Is there a possibility in TYPO to make one user to make a few rooms? I've had this situation. One user has to put information here, and here, and this is quite big branches for the user, and because of the extra security and so on, so we made few accounts for the same user, and it's not flexible, and it's hard to use, because user have 2-3 accounts to get to change the content of this 3 different parts of the server.
Actually, what I understand that considering the user rights, we can use individual user rights in TYPO3, and also you can use group user rights. Considering the page tree, you can choose for each user which actually pages he can see in the backend, or maybe bigger trees?
Yes, but he see everything, everything what he can change, he see it. I think I'm thinking about put a small window. Now just I put information only for users and nothing else. Is this something like this to crop the rights of the user?
Actually, yeah, if I understand well, like the one thing is the pages that he can see, and the other thing is the fields that he can see also. So, for example, you can, for the user, can only see the title, for example, in the page.
If I understood you correctly, you mean that one user acts as a different roles, and one day he wants to, do something, and for the usability purposes, you created an additional account for him. So in this role, he's just acting, in those 3 fields and 2 pages. And then next day he was working on some bigger topic in a different area, and you got a separate user account with him, just with a few additional fields and different pages. I mean, I don't think that there is any other solution for that in core right now.
I think there was an extension for that, which was called roles, but it was like 2 or 3 years ago, and I don't remember if it's still active.
Yeah, but it's quite old extension.
Yeah.
But I try to use it, and it's not something like I need.
There was in the past, there was something that was called the task center. It's a possibility where you could somehow create some actions that somebody can execute. I must tell you that I'm not very sure. It's very hidden.
It's still there.
It's still there, and I see what you want to do to simplify at least certain actions so that they know, I have this special module. So I would suggest that you create a module for yourself, a backend module that tries to give an approach to that. So there's some kind of a my task or my recurring task. And we need to create some kind of an entry point there where people can then somehow put the pages into some kind of a collection. So then they can, this is at least, this is not something that comes out of the core. I mean, I understand that in enterprises you have often people working with lists, right? So it could be even that you just give the people only access to the list module, right? So not to a pages module, but to the list module, then you have really a very cut down what they can see, so they can only work on certain things. But I'm not very sure. Maybe also giving them only front-end edit rights to certain pages would also help, like copy into the back end and then throw them to the front-end page, and so on and so forth. So there's lots of approaches on how you can streamline the user experience for those users that are only using it once a month. So it really depends. So and I guess there's a lot of other interesting add-ons that you can show power users on how they can, they work with a page tree. Example by activating the page ID so that they can find some way they can remember numbers easier than names of pages or positions or something like that. I would really suggest that you dig into that kind of filtering and so on.
Okay.
I have one question for Timek. Yeah. I remember you are the guy that is currently working on TYPO3 CMS to work with hip-hop virtual machine, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So what is the actual state of that? Because I'm reading constantly that Facebook is like, oh, now Wikipedia has moved to use the hip-hop virtual machine. They are using it. So is it actually something that you would be saying is near production ready, or?
I mean, depends on how great you are. What you can do, you can easily set up free on HTTPM. There might be some, a few lines you need to change, but basically it's pretty easy. And you will get a button and phone working. What also helps is some good or smart end configuration or patch configuration that you first check with HTTPM whether you can check the date, and if you got 500 error, then you will check it with the article normal speed. This way you can have like a fallback. If something goes wrong with HTTPM, then you can still get it by normal speed. Yeah,
so is this, if I now see that there was a web page open where you wrote a blog post.
Yeah, there are two parts of the blog post. The first part here, and on our company website you can find those posts. Some kind of the tutorial how to.
I also had the workshop on developer days this year about it.
So, but let's say I would like to take 6.2x, what is actually released. So basically, you said that you can providing me some kind of a patch set that can be applied on top of it, or?
Yeah, sure.
I really think that all this alternative platforms, all those, this is one of the next upcoming things. I mean, we are all seeing that, in developers, we all start now to, as Thomas was saying, use Vagrant, and use Docker, use this, use that. But in production, we all kind of go back and just stay within the plain old Linux Apache.
Yeah. From the core team perspective, we like 2 weeks ago, or we started testing the TYPO3 on HTTPM also. There are still some tests, unit tests failing, but nevertheless we start monitoring that.
And I think the point is to put the TYPO3 on this website. This is the TYPO3 frameworks compatibility. They said that 24/7 frameworks are right now 100% working. Of course, this is based on the unit test, so it's fresh actually. But yeah, you can find here the doctrine tool, for example. And here the point is to put the TYPO3 also here to try to do that. I don't know what's the status of it.
The status is that there is a bug with test runner in HTTPM, and they don't have high priority to fix it. So if somebody from the TYPO3 community don't fix it, then it won't happen. Basically, you can run all the TYPO3 tests with HTTPM. Some of them are failing, but at least you can monitor that. But unfortunately, their test runner is crashing for some reason. And it's confirmed that this is bug in the test runner, not in the TYPO3. But still, this prevents us to put it on the...
Because you here, for example, find Joomla.
Yeah.
So that's why it's not listed here right now. But I think this is some kind of the future for those products that this will easily change making it much more faster websites based on the VM. There was no arguments considering the Java versus the PHP. We can say that there's also so fast and correct. Okay, have you got something else? More? Doubt, thank you very much. Okay.
One last question. I mean, I heard the talks with you that two things. Basically, most of the companies here are serving an international market. That's what you were telling me with like this Raben, basically a European company. The other thing that you were telling me is that basically the Polish customer is lacking a little bit, let's say, the financial power sometimes. So I don't know if it's, I mean, nobody likes to talk about money, but I can tell you, let's say, we can talk about ranges of investments or ranges of prices, and I guess it's a completely valuable thing that I can tell you an example. If I am an agency in Germany, I am in a range of between, let's say, 85 euros to 150 euros, depending on what kind of services you're selling to your customer. If you're a freelancer, you're, let's say, you start at like X 15, 20 euros per hour up to 55 or 60 euros per hour or 80 hours even. Some freelancers are even, you know, in the range of the agencies. Okay. So I can tell you from small customers or small projects is that there's no projects in Europe or in Germany that I can see that is around about more than less than 2,000 or 3,000 euros. But there's like when 10 years ago we somehow started the TYPO3, we were happy to do 15,000 euros. My question is now a little bit of, would you like to see some kind of financial survey that would be then presented, let's say, at least to people that are taking part of the survey, so that we can monitor a little bit about pricing and projects and this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think it's quite interesting thing. Yes. Like talk about these prices, talk about like the amounts for the like big development things, yeah.
We keep the dialogue then.
Yeah. That's right. Okay. So we've got the dinner in 10 minutes. So we can, for example, start with for lunch with one topic. There is an idea I was talking about yesterday about the code sprint, but like this point 3. About the code sprint that will be, for example, created using the Google Hangout. So to have it much more faster and to invite more people. And there's an idea to create the code sprint using the Hangout. There's also the team from the code team, so he can vote for those patches also, and we'll make them code sprint faster. So if somebody will be interested in entering this Hangout, we'll, I think, post it on the TYPO3.pl, some ideas for the terms. I think this will be maybe in December or maybe in January, I think in January more. And the idea is to do the same that was created by Krzysztof from our company in Poland, that a lot of people came and actually a lot of people make a first patch or a first review and see how it's working and have the knowledge. And especially that those code trains are also considered with the Git train, because you need to know some kind of the tricks in the Git to make correct patches and correct, for example, sharing peaks. And that's why for people that like well experienced in the Git, this is also some kind of the idea to be better in the Git, for example. Like there's no need to create a patch if you go for the code sprint. There's no policy that you need to create at least one patch. It's not this point. This point you can test it, or for example, check the bugs in the Forge and something like that. So this is one information. And another information about the NEOS. We are thinking about creating the NEOS workshops from the scratch, so the people from the beginning, from outside the TYPO3 community and also from the inside the TYPO3 community, can go to the workshops and, for example, in 4 hours, learn how to install NEOS, for example, how it's working, and how to, for example, connect the easily template. And the idea is to create it like this. Of course, the first workshop will be some kind of the test for all of us. But yeah, if somebody will be interested in helping to create those workshops, at least one right now, please contact me, because right now I'm talking with the Poland universities. They are interested also in those workshops, and the student groups are also interested in these workshops, and we would like to promote in the TYPO3 and the universities, not by the enterprise big CMS, but we try to start from the NEOs, and if the NEOs will be sexy for them, we try to say, okay, this is NEOs, but there's also thing that is all as good as the NEOs and in the very point better, and you can use, for example, also the TYPO3 CMS. So if somebody wants to help with those workshops, please contact me. And of course, like idea is to create the free workshops, so anybody can come, see, share. That's the idea.
I think it's a good idea if you. So the idea is really great, but if you want to get some people, it would also be good if you can say what actually you would want from people. So just asking participate is always very difficult for people if they don't really know what their role would be.
Like the idea is to say to people that when they came to the workshop, they can try to create their own website, or the website for their parents, clients, somebody else, with the type of NEOs.
Yeah, okay, but then that's asking for people just to come, but you also want to have people that help organize it, right?
Yeah, of course, the organizing thing, but like the point of the workshop is not to go to the workshop, but go to the workshop and learn how to create a web page with the NEOs. That's the point of this workshop, yeah? Because people needed to know that if they join, they can have like concrete, like they can have exact knowledge after that. For example, we can produce some kind of like tutorials, PDF files, post it, and this is a good like I think the first point, because I remember when together with Shimek we're starting with the TYPO3 CMS. Actually, the only place where we can have some kind of the knowledge like sharing was the forum of the Polish community. Actually, if you have some kind of the mentor or somebody who can say this, like the experience, you are in it very, very fast, considering the like home reading of the documentation and trying to do something each day. So
I would also call it then create your first website with NEOs, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good idea.
The point is that I mean, we cannot do that stuff on our own. We need help, and everybody can do a workshop in this city, for example. We can work together on the, for example, the plan, on the materials, or whatever, and then share it. You know, make it a digital repository and collaborate together.
Because, for example, if somebody would create a workshop in Poland and create like slides for it. Somebody who, for example, Christian will try to do it in the Bydgoszcz, he will get materials and he can actually add something to it. And for example, post to us, and we can post to, for example, to Szczecin. And that's the way that those workshops could be
all over the country.
Yeah, all the country, and not only one per year, but it can be like today on this university, to next month on another university, and that's the way that the community can grow up from the new people outside the community also.
This is a great idea. This idea I personally had since 2 years.
Great.
For own reasons to get some developers, because it's difficult to find some on the Polish market. So that was my idea. So if somebody is from Wrocław, so we could do it together. So now, when you mention it, so we can start.
That's great. That's really interesting.
Tomorrow.
Today after. Yeah, try to wait.
I have three suggestions, wishes or information, however you want to define it. First of all, I would like you to connect with Cyril Bovanger, who has been doing curriculum for university students in France.
Okay.
He has material, unfortunately, in French, but I guess it's good that you connect with Cyril. If you don't have the contact, to me, I will introduce you.
I wrote to him.
He did this in Amiens, and he formed in France about bunch of 40 people in a semester to use TYPO3 CMS and this kind of stuff. So they were learning to do templating stuff and doing it. So over half a year in school. So there seems to be the second thing is you show up at the TYPO3 education committee. So basically what you're actually doing is you're forming an education initiative for the Polish university and your community. So this is what I would really suggest you that you tell them, hey, give us an insight of what you're planning on the education, or that they call it the TYPO3 campus. So please contact the community leader there, who's at the moment, as I'm speaking, Peter Pro. So contact him or contact me, and I will put you into action there. Okay. My last wish for you is that's the last wish, but this is, I guess, something that it's about. You will be seeing if you talk to others. You need some kind of, again, of this kind of to form some kind of a responsibility, like kind of cloud or something, so for the people that see, oh, that's, do me a favor, and I would wish that the TYPO3 user groups and the people here form some kind of a task force or a committee for the Polish market. Especially I see with TYPO3.pl and all the names are there. I would really like to see those names on the TYPO3 Association webpage, saying, oh, we are the Polish-speaking committee, or the Polish, or even, I don't want to put that on a larger scale with Eastern Europe, but I would think this is a good idea if you guys would be more visible. We did this some weeks ago with the French guys. You know, they had also a very independent community from the German community. And we need to have this European scale in our activity. If we want to tackle other money funds than just members' money, we want to go to European committees. We want to ask them, hey, look at us. We are a European association. We want to have people in Poland, people in France, people in Germany, Switzerland, and so in the Netherlands, and so on and so forth. We're a European project. We're not just something that is happening in one place. So cost you nothing. Just you maybe you just do certainly once a year some kind of an event like this. But you create at the end, you create a certain visibility of your organization status. This is my wish, and I am here to support you in bringing this into. Also create a press release and look for the press companies here, and also say, oh, there's no press, so and so on and so forth. You can show that to everybody then at the end, and then, oh yes, as you did with your website, and you said endorsed by the TYPO3 Association and by this and the people like to see stamps on paper, pieces of paper. Let's do this.
Great, great ideas. I will contact you on Monday. Maybe Tuesday.
Is it a time for a lunch already?
Okay.
Who is hungry?
Ale wygląda stary. Nie zamyśliłem. Fajnie. Dziękuję. Cześć.